You built a monster.
Alrighty, welcome back. It has been 1 week since since my last confession. 1 week since my last stream, where what did we do? What did we do? I truthfully don't remember what we did a week ago. I think we did some open lobbies, but we were pretty much ready for the holiday. And I hope everybody had a good holiday, by the way. Mine was exhausting. I traveled about 30 hours round trip to not the other side of the country, but I'm in the southern part of the United States, and I had to travel to the northern part of the United States. And on the return road, we got stuck in a snowstorm that I luckily had a 4x4, but still had to drive through it, which was not fun because there were a lot of other idiots on the road, as snowstorms tend to bring. That being said, welcome back. I've kind of missed streaming, honestly. It's streaming is this strange phenomenon where, like, I don't want to say it's addicting, but at the same time, you get really used to doing it a lot, and you learn to enjoy it. And honestly, like, this past week, I feel like streaming has been missing, you know? Anyway, hope everybody had a great holiday. Welcome back. Oil Slick, what's going on, buddy? So today we are going to be comparing my, as of right now, and it has been for a minute, my personal favorite racing game, racing sim, whatever you want to call it, racing inspired digital world. Sure. Automobilista 2 or AMS 2. It is current. I really hate the name, I'll be honest with you, but I wish it was just so much easier to say. So AMS2, for the sake of saying things easier, is my current favorite, and we are going to be comparing it directly to Project Motor Racing, or PMR for the sake of acronyms. In my opinion, AMS2 is what PMR should be kind of being compared to in terms of what it's going for. The advantage to PMR is that it is trying to be cross-platform, which is big in my opinion. AMS2 is PC only, which you're giving up at least half of your player base by being only on PC. And unfortunately, I don't see that changing because this game came out, I believe, in 2020. Let me just double check. Yeah, March 31st, 2020 was the release date of AMS2, as you can see right here in the Steam store. 2020, March, Reza Studios, Ryza. I don't know if it's Reza or Ryza, but either way, this game has been up for about 6 years, or about, yeah, closer to 6 years than 5. So we're 2 months shy of 6 years. So this game has been my personal favorite, and they did just release a patch on December 24th, and then a hotfix a couple days ago. However, they added some cool new content to this game, some NASCAR related stuff. So we're going to be jumping into this primarily mostly today, and then we're also going to be jumping back and forth with this and PMR to kind of do a solid comparison. But AMS2 so far for me is the king. PMR has to sort of catch up to, in my opinion, if they can do what AMS2 is doing and almost create the same game, they have created their own market because of console. This game is not on console, AMS2. I wish it was. I would tell everybody go and get it. It's a fantastic game. So, without more rambling, I am going to jump into this game and start the process of comparing as best that I can. So, in chat, if you guys don't mind, what would you like to see a comparison of if I were to do this? I'm going to do my own thing, but let me see what you guys want to do, and I'll work in what I can. And also, if you don't mind, folks, liking the stream always helps. I appreciate that. And if you're new and want to stick around, maybe see if you like this channel moving forward, maybe click the sub button. I don't know why I'm moving like this. This is starting to feel a little artificial in my movement here, but, you know, it's Monday. Alright, so one thing I want to do today is compare some AI and multiclass as well. There's a lot of things I want to compare. This might even be like a multi-stream comparison because there's so much to compare when it comes to fully. I have about, I want to say 80 hours in both this and Project Motor Racing. And I don't, by the way, guys, AMS2, most of it has been played off stream, and most of PMR has been played on stream. So that's just a point, I guess. I don't know really where I was going with that, honestly. All right, so I think I'm going to start with some solo laps, some test sessions, and we're going to compare how every car feels. So we're going to do Red Bull Ring or Spielberg for the, you know, unlicensed guys, even though that's where it's located. And we're going to jump into my personal favorite hypercar, the LMDh Cadillac. And we'll jump into that, make sure, let's see, session settings. We're going to keep this simple. Yep, no time progression, noon, blah, blah, blah. All right. Start. I really like the AI in AMS2, great offline sim racer. That's actually a good point that you brought up offline. Both this and PMR are offline games, which is huge. Absolute huge. The only thing this game doesn't have yet is, and they say it's coming in 2026, because they are still working on this game, which is nice. It's a big part of why this game should be addressed and talked about as well. It's actively, even though it's a 6-year-old game, it's actively being supported, which is, in today's day and age, is kind of a big thing. All right, so we'll put some softs on it. But anyway, they said that there is a career mode coming in 2026. It's the one thing this game doesn't have. PMR's career mode is... well, it's there. All right. All right, so just jumping through the views here, and I did put the since we're comparing all of the things, what am I actually... I want to double check this too. So right now, I have the game in, let's see. Okay, so driving assist is authentic. So basically what this means is whatever the real life car is what it gives you access to. So I believe this car, I have traction control and no ABS. So what I'm going to do for the sake of comparison is I'm debating if I want to do authentic first or if I want to do full assists. I kind of want to do full assists first to show you, if you've never played the game before, how the game will treat you, kind of holding your hand. So what I'll do, and I will say this, you can run it like this too, which is also a nice feature. So you put driving assists on, and then you can put stability control to authentic, and then you still have full control over ABS and traction control. So what this does is it forces ABS and TC for vehicles that don't have it, and if the vehicles do have it, it doesn't change anything. You still have full control to be able to disable it or enable it. Stability control, authentic, means essentially if the car has some form of stability control, it's on. If the car doesn't have any kind of stability control, it doesn't exist. So you can turn it off or you can force it on again. So for the sake of holding your hand and showing you how the game will treat you in a full, I've never played this before, help me out. Now, we're not doing steering assist or braking assist or any of that stuff. We're doing manual gearbox because we want the game to be somewhat under our control. It's just helping us stay on the track with the stability control, ABS, and TC. So we'll leave that on for now just to show you. And we have different views here. Let me turn the music down just a little bit. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So let's go to cockpit view, since that's the fan favorite here. I'm going to turn the music down a little bit, or the game up. Do you guys think I should turn the game up compared to my voice, or the music down? Which do you think's the right call here? Because you guys are hearing me. I'm not hearing me. I'm only hearing the game versus the music. You know what? I am going to, for the sake of my own sanity, I am going to turn the line off. Free reign here. So you'll notice, so one thing I've learned about AMS2, their stability control really holds your hand. It really makes it like you have to be sloppy to crash the car. So this turn right here in PMR wipes you out almost every time. But you can see, when you see the car kind of do this, that's stability control working to help you. So now what I want to do is I want to turn off stability control. Because, or put it at set to authentic anyway, which is how I like to run it. I either run it at full authentic, which is good if you really want to learn how to drive the cars, because especially online, where a lot of times challenges or assists and stuff like that are force disabled. But this is my like go-to right here, where it because I'm sorry guys, I know people want as an authentic setup as possible, but I like my ABS on race cars. I just do. Call me a Nance, whatever. But I do like stability control to be authentic or off, but in this case, authentic, because it turns it off anyway in most cars. It just means that some cars that do have it, it will give you the option of using it. But this is my go-to here. So this is going to make the car feel a lot better in terms of, from a realism standpoint, meaning I'm going to be able to crash the car now. Whereas right there, I was just driving the car and stomping on the brakes and turning the wheel, and stability control kept me from spinning out. Now the car is going to be a lot easier to spin out. Just read some of these comments here. Cadillac V8 is the best music available to humankind. Although I will say, it sounds a lot better in PMR. That is one thing I got to take away from AMS2. Not going to be any of the races on PMR. Why is that, Hellcat? And that turn doesn't wipe me out in GT3 at all. Do you mean wipe shot? Yes, only in the Hypercar is what I meant. When I was streaming the other day, notoriously, I was just, even when I was slowing down gently, I would spin out. So I want to see if I can duplicate it in AMS. What's going on, S-Line Dan? Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. We're also going to turn up TC to max for the sake of comparing it to PMR, because I want to show you how the TC kind of doesn't work properly in PMR. Because I called you a dirty driver. I don't recall, but okay. Yeah, right there. That turn there in PMR will just spin you out doing exactly what I just did. Oh, look at that, though. That's downshifting. So that is something that does happen in PMR quite often. Downshifting these cars too aggressively will spin them out, where stability control will help you. So you have to be cautious of that. Yeah, that turn there is constant oversteer in PMR. Let's hear exhaust from the rear in this. See if it sounds... One thing I will say is, games always do a pretty notoriously bad job of, this view's audio. And I would say this game is not exempt from it. Luckily, I don't play games in third person, so... At least not racing games, anyway. Hyper are better in AMS2? They absolutely are, for sure. In my opinion, this is where PMR needs to be. I think PMR has some of the best audio in all of sim racing. In fact, if not the best. I also notoriously hate a lot of the audios. This game, a lot of the cars I don't like the audio of. Some cars I really do like. They did a really good job of the 05 Viper. Sounds really good in this game. And it doesn't sound very good in PMR. That's one of the few that I think the audio is better in this. But like, for example, this Cadillac Hypercar, it sounds better for sure in PMR. Hellcat, my races are designed to be fun, not realistic. There's plenty of other people that will force you into realism. I try and have the most amount of fun. And the only reason I turn penalties off is because the penalty system is broken. I leave penalties on when the penalty system works correctly. But no one's forcing you to race in the lobbies, sir, so... Yeah, I'll jump into the Valkyrie next to see how that one is. Alright. So I think we get the idea with this one. Let's jump into the Valkyrie. I think, maybe for the Hypercars, I'll be honest with you though, I don't fully know the Hypercar audios enough to tell you what's the most accurate sound and what's not. For example, I know Group C stuff, I know a lot of the older car sounds, and that's where I think PMR has absolutely crushed the audio, but in a game like LMU, those cars aren't even in there to compare, so... This car is, the Valkyrie is an audio that's, seems to be, create a lot of controversy. I personally don't know what this car sounds like because I've never heard it in person. Oh, hold on. Oh, I'm on the mediums. I want to put restart session. Also, as far as the lobbies go, I actually offer it out to everybody else to what they want to do. And I go by what the majority vote is. So, you know. Like I said, I'm here to push people having a good time. There are plenty of games out there that are hardcore simulators for the hardcore guy who wants to grind and become the world's next greatest sim racer. I hate to break it to you, but PMR, Rennsport, those aren't the games you're going to play for that anyway. Alright, so now we're in the Hypercar. Sorry, the Valkyrie. Valkyrie. So like I said before, the only assist we are running that is not realistic right now is that we have ABS turned on for this car. Other than that, this car is running in its most authentic possible setup. And the car drives really nice. I actually think this car drives a little bit better than the Cadillac. It is newer in this game, though, so it's quite possible that it's just configured better because it's a newer car. Yeah, this car drives really good in this. I'm trying to get this thing to actually lose it a little bit. There we go, finally. Took me some aggressively bad driving to get this thing to want to spin out on me. Alright, now we're getting it to actually spin out. Want the option to drink a macchiato while racing? Well, there's always the next game. Oh wait, that's what's great about, you know, playing video games. You can have a macchiato while racing. Man, I love this game. I wish AMS2 was on console, guys. I really do. I wish everybody got a chance to experience this game. It really is just like sort of... The best thing I can explain is like Project Motor Racing feels like AMS3, but unfinished. It does feel like the next game in chronological order, but this is what PMR could be with some time. Yeah, without a doubt, the tire temperatures work so much more realistic in this game. Tire temperatures get up to temp quicker, and they stay there for a while without overheating. So let me ask you guys. For those of you who are on PC, if there were hosted lobbies, what would you rather play, this or Project Motor Racing? Yeah, this car just drives nice. AMS2? Gotcha. Alright, so that's just one test, so we're going to switch over to PMR now. We're going to do the exact same thing. So rather than do a whole bunch on one and then a whole bunch on the other, I'm going to do kind of back and forth. I actually think, have you played AMS2 since the update? Although I haven't noticed much, but I think the driving is... I don't know, this is honestly going to be for me too, going back and forth, because I honestly don't know which driving I like better, because to me they're very similar. Yeah, PMR unfortunately has a lot of work to do. A lot of, I think they're at a point right now where once they get back from vacation, they need to sort of do one patch a week for the sake of court of public opinion. Even if they don't do a lot of fixes per patch, because if they do one patch a week and they're on limited staff, they're not going to be able to. But even still, there are just so many bugs currently in it and things that need to get worked out, that they could release a patch a week with a couple, like one or two fixes, and slowly chip the game down to being... Whereas if they wait like, you know, every 2 to 3 weeks, maybe even a month for each patch, and they're big patches, the amount of people that are going to fall off of PMR in between those patches is going to be much higher than if it's at least the sentiment of a patch a week, you know? So, that's just my opinion. Let's see, I don't use Discord or anything on Facebook. What's going on, OG? Oil Slick, maybe if you want to as well. What are you asking me, Oil Slick? Let's see. It's alright. What was race weekend? Let's switch over to LMDh. Alright, so we just ran the Cadillac. Let's grab the Cadillac. And... let's see. Do practice for 10 minutes, doesn't really matter. I'm not racing anything. Confirm. And I want to do the old Red Bull ring. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. I would say probably not Oil Slick, only because of timing. I usually do most of my nighttime stuff after, like, say, 10:30 Eastern Standard Time. So 8:30 is kind of right there in the middle of when I sort of don't have that time. All right, so let's go softs quick. But I appreciate the invite. Also, too, in the Discord. Oh, you said you don't have Discord, so never mind. I was going to say, post stuff like that up in my Discord, too. All the time, whenever you can. So my plan is to eventually start my own leagues for different games. It's not just going to be one game. I don't I never put all my eggs in one basket. I like to jump around. I like to play lots of different things. Variety is the spice of life, people, which is why I think PMR and AMS2 are potentially, well, AMS2 is one of the best, but PMR has potential to be one of the best because of variety. As much as LMU is a diehard sim and it checks a box for a lot of people, it lacks the variety that I personally need for a game to last a long time. Like PMR's never going, AMS2 for me is never going away. I'm going to play that game for a long, long, long time. The escape confirmed switching position from screen to screen is driving me crazy. Yeah, that's something that I've actually put in multiple requests to be updated as a small quality of life change. Still the same, so, but I mean, it's a small thing. All right, so now I will say this, guys, and I know it's hard for some people, but the graphics in this game are better. They are. Comparing it directly to AMS2. The problem is, the best way I can explain it is like in an analogy standpoint, AMS2 is an old car that's got some miles on it, right? Paint's scratched up. You know, it's got road rash from winters and stuff like that. But it just got out of the detail shop. It just got wet sanded. It just got buffed. It just got ceramic coated. It is polished and looking good. But it's an old car. It's not perfect. This game is a brand new car off the showroom that just went off-roading and through some winter salty roads. There's a lot of crap on top of the shiny new exterior that needs to get washed off and cleaned up. When it does, it will objectively look better than AMS2, which is why a lot of the frame rate isn't there either. By the way, I get like double plus frame rate in AMS2 compared to this. So, you know, I will say though, the visuals are here. The detail, you can tell it is a deeper engine when it comes to the things that are going on in the game. Anyway, let's play the game now. And I will say this. You're immediately going to see my satisfaction with the audio. Already 100 times better. Sorry, AMS2, you're my favorite, but I don't even care if AMS2 is the more accurate audio. I don't. That's just so good. Anyway, so for the sake of argument, though, we are going to turn TC up to 10. And I just want to check, because I do have all my assists forced on right now. But I want to see... Alright, so TC, ABS, yep, auto clutch, don't care about this stuff. Trail throttle, I do have downshift protection on authentic, transmissions manual, pit limiter. So none of these, though, are fully like a stability control like AMS2 is. So I'm not going to compare this to AMS2 with stability control on. I'm going to compare this to AMS2 with stability control off. Because I will say AMS2's stability control is wildly hand-holding. It really makes the car super easy to drive, which is great, in my opinion. If you want to get in and you really just want to have a good time and not focus, I think assists have a great place in video games. This authentic and forced realism only, I think there's a place for it, but it just shouldn't take over the industry, in my opinion. Fun should be the ultimate goal, and if you have avenues for that fun. If you want more casual fun, you can take that avenue. If you want a pure realistic fun, you can take that avenue. But anyway, regardless of that, TC is maxed out. ABS is on, even though this car doesn't have ABS, but again, we had it on for AMS2, but there is no stability control. So we're comparing it to no stability control on AMS2. Oh yeah, that just got me right there. Back. Confirm back, confirm back, confirm back. Please fix this. Resume. I want to do a full lap here first, because even though we're supposedly on a hotter day, the tires are ice cold. And in this game, 125 degrees, like most games, is a cold tire. I want to say in AMS2 my tires are already warmed up by this point, but either way, whatever. I'm not too picky about that stuff. One out lap is fine for warming up the tires, in my opinion. If you got to do more than one lap on a... Yeah, see? Where's the track? Track's over here. Alright, realistically, hypercars take 2 laps to warm up. Got it. One thing I will say, this game's TC does not work, at least in hypercars. TC at max should always cut power the second tire slip starts to happen. Max TC, you should not be able to keep spinning the tires. It should start to spin and then immediately pull power so the thing just wants to accelerate. It'll be slower, but it's not going to spin. Like, look at... Watch. This is warmer tires now. TC at max. That wasn't that bad, actually. Right there. These cars are way harder to drive in this. Problem with these cars is, in this, they feel like they're understeering, because they are, and then that happens. You go to fight understeer the way you would kind of fight understeer, and then the ass kicks out and oversteers. So overall, in my opinion, these cars just need a traction buff. All temperatures of the tires, they need more grip. Oh, don't look at chat. I will say, though, being Farming Sim in the Giants engine, all the cars drive great in the grass. Now let's turn TC down to default, which I believe was 6. You see how if the car drives any worse. Yeah. Downshifting destroys these cars. I am curious, though. I do want to see one thing. If this has any effect on that. Downshift protection. Turn that on. I'm just curious to see if it's if that stops it from shocking the tires on downshifts, and that's what's causing a lot of that spin out. Because if that's the case, then just leave it on. You know? If the game prevents you from downshifting going into a turn with a very slight bend to it, then just leave the assist on. Like I'm saying, if it's band-aiding a problem, leave the band-aid on. If the band-aid makes it more realistic, leave the band-aid on. Alright, right here is going to be one of the tests. Does seem like that's helping. Tried it right there to force it. Downshifted one more time than I would normally want to there, and it... Hard to say. Hard to say. Overall, I would say the car just needs more grip. Through whatever matter of coding that's required, if it's better tires, better physics, whatever the case is, the car just needs more grip. That's really what it comes down to. All right, let's try the Valkyrie. Got to go Aston Green. Just got to do it. Since we just did this in AMS2. Let me read some of these questions here, or comments, concerns. LMDHs feel amazing in Rennsport and LMU. Hopefully get some good mods on PMR. Yeah, I mean, the game needs to be in a much better state before mods are even on my radar, personally. Games shouldn't have to be built by modders. Games should only be improved on or expanded on by modders. For example, AMS2 has a bunch of mods for it. I have none of them at the moment. And I've used some of them. So the game at its core is what I'm comparing to. Really need to start using headphones? Yes, you do. Sounds better. Yep, I agree. I just got this game. PMR, I'm having trouble making a lap. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong. I'm going to do a video on my channel and ask for help. Yeah, feel free to post it in my Discord too. You too, Larry. Thank you. Seriously, you do look sketchy IRL. TC Navy is working on the GT3 cars and GT4 cars in PMR. Harder does mean more realistic. To an extent. To an extent. When you're forcing difficulty for the sake of difficulty and creating a skill gap and you are pushing past realism, I don't agree that more difficult is more realistic. I do believe realism is the max difficulty. Going past that, you're just making a video game difficult for no reason. You're turning it into a Souls-like game, or it's Elden Ring. It's just difficult for the sake of being difficult and not realistic anymore. Now, the problem is, nobody in chat, myself included, and most people, including everybody who's made this game, has no idea what these cars are like at the limit to be able to properly code them. They're relying on other people that may or may not have driven them once or twice. And then one thing I can tell you about this, as someone who has spent a lot of time in the motorsports industry, some of the best drivers / riders know nothing about the mechanics side of things. So you are relying on the words of someone who's driven something, like in the case of a professional driver who's talked about sims. You're relying on someone who knows a lot about driving, but doesn't know a lot about the mechanics. The people in the pits, and say the garage here, they know far more about what the car is doing and how to make changes to the car for the sake of making the car work than the driver. So, and a lot of times mechanics have to fine-tune cars to the driver's driving style. So it's real, unless you talk to an entire crew, like for example, the crew that races this car, driver, mechanics, tuners, everybody involved with getting this car to go around a specific track, they're the ones that need to be side by side with the coder. And by that coder, I mean the video game coder, to properly tell you what this car is realistically versus this is just forced difficulty versus this is easier than reality. You know, we don't know, you know, and that's the problem with, I find with a lot about video games, is that we're so deep into chasing this realism that things are not, like, for me, I just started jumping into like some of these diehard sims, and I'm like, now I've never driven these cars before, but I can tell you I've spent a lot, and I mean a ton of time with different competition tires on different kinds of vehicles. And when I feel like when I get in these race cars and I can't do what a regular street car on some good tires will do, I feel like there's forced difficulty at play. And then you get into another sim and all of a sudden the car is way easier to drive. And I'm like, hey, look, this kind of makes sense, you know? Let's see. Hacks surprise how cool tires are. I'm new to name of EC cars and PMR need a rework. Yep. I'd say LME was king for hyper. Let's see. Not about risk, but about fun. Cars real life. WC Cars is the real life name for the LMDh cars. I have tuned the car just to be able to drive them. That ain't right. Should be tuning the downforce and gears. Unfortunately, I'm like, what do I need to do to make it drivable? And WC and AMSA and their LMDh and LMDh. Okay. All right, so I'm all caught up. All right, so real quick, let's put some softs on it. All right. I am actually going to use the bathroom real quick, and then we'll jump into doing a few laps on this. Oh, mama. All right. So, all right, back in the interior here. Let her rip. Putting in a gear helps, huh? Downshifting in this game is, at least in these cars, not as fun. Much slower, much less snappy. Now, I don't know how these cars downshift in real life, so I couldn't tell you which is the more realistic version. Whoa, Jesus. Okay. Apparently our brakes are a little, or our tires are a little too cold to brake right there, so... Trying to just warm the tires up aggressively here. These cars need work. There's no way around it. These cars need work. Let's max out TC for the sake of trying it out. Shouldn't spin through tires that much on max TC. You just shouldn't do it. Imagine not being able to go in a second gear And there's still a first gear. That just shouldn't be the case. Damn, man, where are the brakes? Okay, so now you see. Now, mind you, that was just me being a bad driver right there, that crash. That was not the game's fault. That was my fault. Glancing over a chat, glancing over at other things while I'm just trying to get these damn tires warm. So now, we're going to jump back to AMS2. So you shouldn't have to mess with gear ratios. You shouldn't have to do all these things to a production, well, I shouldn't say production, but a race car, production race car. It's already built, ready to go do some laps. The default setup should be pretty solid, you know? Oh, all right. I think what we're going to do now, do some multi-class racing. Oh, they did add these. I will say, the newer the cars are in AMS2, I will say, the better the cars are. Because they're not, when they patch a game and they do things, it's almost like the old cars don't get any love and they only do it for the newer stuff. But anyway, let's jump over back to LMDh. Let's get back in the old caddy here. Actually, you know what? Let's do the Valkyrie. I kind of like the Valkyrie's driving a little bit better in this one. All right, so we don't want this track. We're going to do this test. We're going to do on Spa. Super popular track. Everybody knows Spa. We'll do the latest versions of it. We can go back as far as 1970 in this game, but 2002 is the most recent. We're going to do multi-class. Nope, multi-class. There we go. See what we have for classes here. I want to turn some of them off. Let's turn Group C off. It's unnecessary. All right, so we got GT1, GT3, GT4, LMDh. We want a total of, we're going to keep it to the same PMR. PMR, I believe, is max at 31 or 32 cars, so I'll be the 32nd car. We're going to keep AI skill at, I don't know how AI scales in this by comparison. Because this patch supposedly buffed the AI, so that means the AI is harder now for each individual setting. So I'll go 80 for now. AI aggression, why not? See all of these different sliders that AMS2 has? Each one of these is nice because it's not like PMR just has one slider for AI skill. But how does that affect their skill? Whereas this here, I can increase their mistakes and decrease their mistakes. You know? I can increase their aggression or decrease their aggression. Right now, I like to... Let's make this a public lobby. Right? So in other words, maximum mistakes, maximum aggression, dumbest brains. Okay, so we're going to duplicate an AI or an average lobby. Call it that. Let's see. Session, we want just the race. Save. Rules and penalties, we're going to turn that on for the sake of the LOLs. On. Full course yellow. Now. We just want to get through the race here. Exit penalty. Sure. Drive-through penalty on. Track limit warnings 3. Which is nice that this game gives you that. All right. Save. Weather. Time progression off, don't care. Noon time, 5 laps. We're going to do a standing start since that's all we can do in PMR, but for the sake of argument, we do have rolling and a formation lap if you want. I just want to get the show on the road here, so we're going to do a standing start. Problem is, it's hard for me to get into race room when I have iRacing, because they're the same thing when it comes to spending money. But I'm sure race room is fun. I just hate this whole getting into something that's free and then being like, hey, you got to buy everything in it for the cost of a small DLC. I also want to turn the audio up a little bit in this game. All right, so softs are applied. This is a multi-class, 32 cars. It's putting me in last place in the first class. I'm actually going to slow down. I'm going to pull off to the side and just try and drive through all the pack of cars. Let all the cars pass. I'm going to try and work my way past them all. I guess I'll go hood cam. This car has a very dirty windshield. I want you to be able to see the visuals of the game, and the windshield really muddies it up. That was a first gear territory for sure. Am I doing open lobbies tonight? Yes, I just don't know what yet. I really want to do some AMS2 open lobbies, but I know that there's not nearly as many people who watch my stream that'll be prepared for that. So in chat, do me a favor. If I could do open lobbies tonight, should I do PMR or AMS2? I really want to do AMS2. Oh, almost lost it. Oh no! Pushed it too hard. I have my mirrors turned off in this because I don't like the visuals of mirrors. I like the virtual mirrors the best always, but I won't be doing ACC because I can't host a lobby. Unless I was on console, then I could host a lobby. But PC, you cannot host a lobby. No, you can. You gotta rent. You can't host a lobby as easy. You have to rent a server, and that to me is not hosting a lobby. Oh, shit! Shit! Thought I had him cleared. I also have damage turned off right now. I can turn that on. The damage model in this is a lot more gratifying. The whole crashing in general is a lot more gratifying in this than PMR. Look at that, I'm in first gear, not spinning out. Seems a lot of guys are for AMS too, that's exciting for me, because not that I'm against PMR, but until PMR really gets a good amount of finishing under its belt, AMS2 is the better game right now. We'll see the coming months what brings, because I do expect right now where AMS2 is versus where PMR is, I expect PMR to be getting a lot better and closing a lot of that gap. And if it gets full long-term support, I objectively think it would be a better game in the end. I don't know how big Reza or Ryza, however you say that name, how big they are as a team of developers. That being said, though, there is so much game here, it's not even funny. There is so much game in AMS2 right now. One thing I think that AMS2 needs to do, though, is modernize some of their graphics. And by that, I mean not necessarily the graphics that you see on screen, the software that renders it. So, for example, DLSS, DLAA, FSR4, stuff like that. This game just got TAA, I want to say 2 months ago. And that was a huge upgrade, and TAA is not by any means like it's a very general anti-aliasing. It's a more modern one, though. But they just, in this patch, allowed you to do some super sampling anti-aliasing on top of TAA, which is good. I'm running it on low, the super sampling, because super sampling is almost like forcing higher resolution to get rid of anti-aliasing. Or sorry, to get rid of aliasing, not anti-aliasing. But at the end of the day, DLAA will get you more frames and do a better job than combining TAA and super sampling. And same with FSR4, if you're an AMD guy. In my opinion, that's the one thing AMS2 is missing from a modern title. Whew. That'd have been absolute death in iRacing right there. Still two guys in front of me. I don't know where they are. Looks like 20 full seconds, so I'm not catching him on this lap. But for the most part, though, this is the AI at their dumbest and sloppiest. I just spit everywhere. That was nice. And there was zero contact outside of my one spin out. Oh, actually, and I bumped one guy too. But the point is, the AI didn't hit me at all. And I drove through the entire pack. Even still, though, FSR3 for the older cards, you know. Point is FSR in general. That neither one is implemented at all in this game. TAA is the most modern anti-aliasing, and TAA is not very modern. As long as it's not MSAA, though, that's what iRacing uses. MSAA is the worst. It does the worst job and robs the most amount of frames. And now if I turn to what I said before, what's great about AMS2 is if like you're a newer guy that just wants to have fun and not have to sit there for hours and, you know, perfect a perfect line and like what I just did right there. I came into that turn a little too hot, lost it, I saved it, but if I had stability control on, it would have saved it for me, and that actually would have been a faster turn altogether. But I want to say that, so if I'm not streaming, because streaming robs about 20% of my frames, and if I'm running TAA and I'm not running the super sampling, like I said, I bumped up super sampling a little bit, but if I had DLAA, I'd get even more frames than TAA, and it would look better than everything. But we don't have that. But the point is that even right now, I'm getting double the frame rate I would have PMR. Stacking anti-aliasing on top of each other. And PMR is running DLSS or DLAA, which will get you more frames than the traditional anti-aliasings. Nope. Sorry. All right, so let's do a couple more multi-races here, multi-class races, sorry. This time I want to jump into some slower cars, mainly GT3. Let me read some of these comments first here, though. So, I asked about streaming or open lobbies in AMS2 versus open lobbies in PMR tonight. And so far we have, let's see, $15 racing. Well, that's good that the rate. Maybe I will get into race room in time. For now, though, I've exhausted my funding or what I'm willing to spend on different games right now. I have everything except for I have race room. I have tried it at the very, very barest minimum level. I haven't put any real time into it, so to the point where I can't judge the game at all. But I have everything, and I have so much money in iRacing, and I do want to give iRacing a fair shake when they update their tire model, because that's big in my opinion. If they fix their tire model, iRacing, in my opinion, could go right back to the top. But if they don't, man, it's just a struggle fest. It'll never take in the more casual guy. Because the thing is, you have to appeal to casuals too. And this is something that people don't seem to understand, that I don't understand about these people, is that they think it's either you're a casual player or you're a diehard, and there's nothing in between, and those could never blend together. I think that's a poor way of looking at, for one thing, making money by growing your audience. But do you have any idea how many people are casuals that are very easily quick to addict? Welcome to every drug user ever on the planet. They were never addicted drug users before trying it. So, shifting it back to video games and away from narcotics, if you throw someone into iRacing who just wants to jump in casually and have a good time, right? And all of a sudden, the barrier of entry is lower and easier and more fun for the casual player. Now, if the ranking system works correctly, it's going to solve all the problems of like shitty casual players not playing with the diehards. It should, just like skill-based matchmaking in all your Call of Duties, although I can make the argument that those suck. But point is that in a racing world where there are licenses and there's a skill set and there's all of these things that matter for people, and they only want to play with the best, the system should work and work well. So the new guy gets in. He has fun. He's playing with a bunch of other casuals just like him. He starts to get the bug. Man, that was a lot of fun. I want to start doing a little bit better. Starts playing a little bit more. Starts trying a little bit more. And next thing you know, he's slowly working his way into the try-hard category. Whereas if you just make all those people go away because they get in, I just got out of Gran Turismo 7. Let me try iRacing. This game sucks. It's so complex, which I'm not knocking the complexity, but it's complex and it's difficult. It's forced difficult because the tire model is so bad. So if they at least fix the tire model to be a more easier, and you can focus less on the tires and more on the racing. Because let's face it, if you're worried about a safety rating, and your tires, you're less likely to ever push at all. Period. So I want to be able to push, and I want to race this guy. I want to be cautious of where he is to not hit him, not mess him up. But how do I do that when I'm worried about my damn tires the whole time? If you can shift some of the focus away from tires and more towards racing, I think iRacing could be the best racing experience, period. Ignoring all of the money that it takes to actually get all the content, which is ridiculous in itself. But from just a pure racing experience, fun versus competition, if iRacing, I think, could just fix their tire model to work and be more welcoming and just in general, I hate to say easier, but easier to shift the focus towards racing, I think iRacing would be phenomenal. But until they do that, every other sim has a fair shake at being just as good, if not better. I think AMS2 is better than iRacing by a landslide, simply because I have more fun. It will never get the recognition that iRacing does at a grandiose level, but I'm not trying to be the next world's greatest sim racer. I'm trying to have a good time and maybe stream it in the process. That's my goal for sim racing. Anyway, so back to the tangent before it started. AMS2, 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 1 for PMR, 2 for PMR. I think another one for MS2. All right, TAA, FSR, DLSS requires graphics engine to support motion vector. Now that TAA is in the game, DLS and FSR is possible since they did the rework. Understood. Thought I was the only one who enjoyed. No, I guarantee you there is a lot of people that enjoy a lot of sims more than iRacing. I enjoy iRacing, but the problem for me to enjoy iRacing is I have to turn off so many of the punishments because the tires are so bad. For example, I have to host a lobby in iRacing. I have to leave the assists on and turn off damage to make up for the shitty tires. Because you'll pull out of an outlap to warm the tires up, and you will go quarter throttle, barely pushing, and you'll crash and hit the wall and have to go back to the pits to repair your car to start another outlap. That's not fun. I'm sorry, that's just not fun. Because my outlap on a hot, sunny day with warm tires coming out of the pits should not crash me at quarter throttle on a full-blown wide-body race car. It's just not realistic. It's forced difficulty for the sake of creating a skill gap that doesn't make any sense. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. I cannot say your name whatsoever, but I do appreciate the sub. Is AMS2 worth buying? Yes. Right now, I don't know what does it all cost right now with the up to 70%, which, by the way, not to promote the game and be a promoter of the game, but I love the game, so I'm going to do it. They're running a promotion for this game does frequently go on discount, but they're running a very big one now till January 5th. Highly recommend buying everything for this game. Real quick, let me just run down all of the cars in this game. It's going to take a while, by the way. The only thing they don't have in this game, one specific car, this hurts me, is the 787B. You know how much I love the 787B. It's not in this. They do have mods for it. I did have the mod at one point. Whoever modded it, unfortunately, did such a poor job on the sound that I don't want to drive it. However, the Sauber makes up for it. Sauber's amazing in this game. But Group C. GT Open. Viper, one of my favorites. One of the newer. This class, 2005 class is one of the newer ones. This, Milano, aka 360 Modena. Great car to drive in this game. GT3 cars all drive great. Karting, if you're into go-karts, man, they have go-kart tracks too. They have dirt tracks. So if $107 for all, I highly recommend buying it all. Highly. We're still going through all the cars. Right now, for $107, if you owned no game, this game is giving you the absolute hands down most content money can possibly buy you for $100. There's your Porsche Cup, by the way. I don't know how long this has been in the game, but it's been here, and they just added it for iRacing. Or at least the new version of it, anyway. The newer NASCAR stuff, so they just added these here. So we have your Gen 1s, your Gen 2s. So if you're a big fan, like I am, of Days of Thunder, I'm just saying, boys. Liveries. Where is it? Jeff Gordon. Some DuPont. Obviously, my go-to. Dale Earnhardt, for obvious reasons. Then you've got Gen 3. And then you've got a Le Mans. These are all... Those four classes were just added. Street cars. Only one street car, oddly. The Super Trophy trucks. Some... lot of fun. A lot of fun to be had. Lots of ramps in this game. This class, Super Cars was just updated. They had some cars. They added the Viper ACR. They added the, what was it? They added a Valkyrie somewhere in here, a street variant of the Valkyrie. Oh, Hypercars, that's right. Where was Hypercars? Obviously in alphabetical order. All right, so Hypercars, they added the Valkyrie street car. They might have actually added all of these. I don't remember. Nope, sorry, don't want that. But they added the Valkyrie. I know that for a fact. Supercart, TSI, Vintage. There's just... How's the GT3? I'm going to do that next, so you'll see. GT3 is solid. So we'll go... One of my favorites is the McLaren in this game. I think, honestly, my personal favorite, I think, is the McLaren. They're all good, though. So let's change up to multiclass again. Now I'm GT3. We got GT1, GT4. I don't want hypercars. I don't want hypercars. Turn off hypercars. Turn on the older Gen 3s. I will say the Viper, I think, is my favorite, though. $47 opponents. Nah, we'll go... Like I said, we'll keep it relative to PMR, even though we don't need to. We'll bump the difficulty up to 80, because they were a little too easy to pass everybody. Alright. But, like, look at that. Look at all the classes I just added. How many classes can I add? I actually don't know. Let's just see what it lets me do. And we got formula cars in there, too. Alright, you get the idea, guys. Them down to 40. Alright, so we'll do Spa again. 5-lapper. Oh, man, AMS2. This game just scratches an itch that no game can scratch. PMR is so close to scratching it. But, like, the problem with PMR is, like, there is a specific itch for me to scratch. PMR is, like, dancing around the itchy spot. And I just can't quite get it. That's PMR. AMS just does it in spades. Problem with AMS, it's only on PC. That is the one problem with this game, is it's only on PC. So if you're a console player, unfortunately, this doesn't do anything for you, which sucks. Alright, so... Nope. Sleeping at the wheel here. We'll run it like this for now. Oh, drifted out. Oh, well. So from my understanding, they're at 80% right now, but 80 is the new 90 from this most recent update. And I do notice I used to be able to beat up on them pretty good at 80. Now I can't. Now I actually have to, like, work to beat the 80% AI. Trying to find a line here. I will say the GT3 cars, I like driving a lot more with the stability control off, because I don't think they suffer much for it. Whereas, like, a lot of the other cars, you turn off stability control, which is one of the anti-realism features, but just to really help you kind of get down the road. a lot of the other cars, stability control really keeps them on the track, whereas the GT3 cars don't suffer much from it being off because they're so planted, but the cars feel better with it off. Cars don't do the weird wonky slide that stability control kind of makes them do. But you do have to do a little bit of driving, like case in point right there. Sneak in here. Excuse me, don't mind if I do. One thing I notice is that the Madness engine, which is what this is, has the same issue the Giants engine has, which makes me wonder how similar they are and if people are borrowing from each other. If you notice the way the reflections work, now mind you, they're not as bad as PMR. PMR's, like I said, everything graphically needs polish. But if you notice, the rumble strip colors kind of shine into the interior of the car. And it's just the way they're sort of like their reflections work. Watch. See? See how like the roll cage and the roof sort of reflect the rumble strip? That's an issue with PMR that is also an issue in this. Mind you, it at least looks better in this, so it's not as jarring. Oh, AI accident. That's one of the mistakes, because like I said, remember I have the AI set to maximum mistakes. So... these Vipers right here, these Gen 2 Vipers, one of my favorite cars in the game. And they're, unfortunately, they're pretty bad in PMR. They have a really nice sound to them as well. I think I've passed all the GT3s. Oh, missed the braking zone though. Now in front of me is GT1, I believe. I like this view despite I'm never going to use this, but I do think it's a pretty cool view that they give you the option of having. Helmet view. Oh, didn't mean to go into first right there. Downshift happy. don't think I have the horsepower to run with these guys in the straights. Well, I know I don't. Now, I don't know if I thought I had the track limits on. Oh. Oh, my bad. I was really trying not to hit you, but... We got two more little lemming formula cars. Oh my God. That's on you, buddy. Yeah, slow him down. Slow him down. Oh, my bad. He's literally dead now. Yeah, I heard that too about them using the mat. I will say this. Listen, I don't know anything about the engine side of things from like a politics standpoint. But the Giants engine and the Madness engine, very similar. There's a reason why I'm comparing these games. At the core, they feel like they were built off the same thing. Oh, track limit warning. Oh, hello, horsepower. How you doing, buddy? Nice to see you again. GT1 cars also sound amazing in this. How wide can I go here without getting a track limit? Alright. Can't go that wide. Woof. Alright. Let's see. Same deal with LMU. Track temp is 97 degrees and tires are ice cold, and you give away 3 to 5 laps before they start to grip. Yeah, it's is rough. Grass does matter? Yes, it does. The grass in PMR is pretty solid, I'll say that. I will say that. Physics engine is most likely the same from Need for Speed Shift. I've never played Need for Speed Shift, but that always sounds like a slight. And I never really know. But I can tell you that playing this, playing ACC, playing iRacing, they all feel a little bit different, but none of them I don't like from a physics standpoint. Like, for example, I don't like Gran Turismo 7's physics. It's terrible. So, if you play Gran Turismo 7 and you want a more simulator experience, all of these games are more of a simulator from a physics standpoint. Gran Turismo 7 feels like you're just... It's like in control ice racing. You don't have much grip, but you don't have much loss of control either. It's very strange. I just don't like Gran Turismo's, like, I never really fully have control feeling that it gives you. But well, the helmet cam is the same from Shift to PC3, same core devs. I don't remember offhand if there is in this for sure. I don't remember offhand in PMR. I never use the helmet cam though. Let's have some fun. Oh, they did just add the Taurus Nordschleife as well. Be right back again. All right. I like to think if they stuck with the Madness engine, the VR would have been ready day one, as AMS2 is the best looking sim in VR. I have no experience with any VR to be able to piggyback off of that, but that's good to hear. I mean, this is, like I said, I rank AMS2 as my favorite experience racing, be it simulator, be it arcade game, be it simcade game, be it Need for Speed. I don't care what you want to call it. My personal favorite racing experience is AMS2. It has been for a while, which is why I was so looking forward to PMR. I was hoping PMR was going to take AMS2 sort of to the next level and make it cross-platform. To me, that would be huge. That idea still sounds huge. PMR's core idea, in my opinion, is still the go-to idea for racing. It's just they vastly fell short of their idea. So if they get it there in time, we'll see. My concern with PMR is management, in the sense of, is management going to make the right... Because the reason why they're where they are right now is management. Be it management combined with publisher giants and forcing them to release so they can make their money back, or whatever the case is. But I really think there are things that they have to do where they have to focus equally on getting the game right, as well as bringing people to the game. So I think 1 week patches at this point is almost mandatory. Don't rush patches, meaning don't send a patch out for the sake of just sending a patch out and break things. If this week's patch can only be one tweak of one thing, so be it. You know, but actively updating the game, fixing problems with the game, I think is going to be, like, once a week is going to be big for public sentiment rather than one big patch every month. Because, like, AMS2 is pretty dialed in and solid. They give an update about once a month, roughly. And they supposedly said they have 2026 is going to be their biggest year. Now, that could be hype. You know how that goes. But point is that they are releasing bigger patches less frequently, AMS2, whereas PMR is not in AMS2's state or anywhere near it from a running, fleshed out game, so they need to release smaller, quicker patches for the sake of public sentiment. You know, like with me right now, the only reason, there's very limited reasons for me to want to play PMR over AMS2. 787B is one of them. Next request. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. 787B crossplay. Group 5. 787B and Group 5 are moddable. You can add them to this game via mods. But I'm talking core-based games, not modding. Because modding, the sky is the limit in terms of what you... They're both moddable games. So anybody can do anything by that standard. Judging based off of core games, though, 787B, Group 5... and crossplay. Those are the only reasons I would want to play PMR over this. Everything else, I'd want to play this for AMS2 by like a good amount. I'm also going to switch this up just a little bit. Gloves, H pattern, even though this is a sequential car, but I am going to be doing some H pattern cars. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I have no experience with the VR stuff, but I will say blur kills me in everything. Blur is my biggest reason for hating just about all depth of field and stuff like that in a lot of video games. My eyes are my own focus. Like, all of the filters and all the things that create blurs for the sake of eye realism, I don't like it because my eyes do that naturally. I'm looking at the center of my screen right now, so everything around the center is blurred. The further my peripheral goes, the more it blurs. That's how eyes work. So when you put a filter in that I'm looking at a certain spot on the screen and it's just blurry for no reason, that's not realistic because my eyes are looking at that and yet I can't focus because it's a forced lack of focus. Put some softs on because duh. This car, I like. This is one of my favorite cars. Great sounding car, too. This car was added in the last patch. So this is a newer car, which is a big part of why I like it. I notice in a lot of these racing games, the newer the car has been added, the better the car is. It's like all of their new cars always get all of the most recent refined physics updates and stuff. This car is so fun to drive, guys. If you just want a fun drive, I wish this car was good in PMR. It's so much better in AMS2 than it is in PMR. Got a block. Oh, shit. Oh, terrible. Terrible carousel. In my defense, that's my first carousel in at least a week, so... Oh, shit. Porsche's putting the pressure on, making me drive terrible. Get off my ass, bro! Look at this guy. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. We're getting there. All right. Looking at chat, doing lots of things here. Trying to read some of these comments while I try not to crash. I'm doing a terrible job at both. Crashing and not reading. All right, let's see. So, let me read some of these comments here before I do that again. PMR have a lot of potential. I read yesterday on Chat GPT Nexus mod is unofficial mod which improve handling, grip, and all that stuff. Blah 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 blah. I would say not to rely on mods to make a game to fix a game. You only, like I said earlier, which I don't think you were probably here. You don't ever want mods. You don't rely on mods to fix a game. You rely on mods to expand a game or make a game better. But the core game needs to be good before you rely on mods. That's just the way it has to be. Am I using triples? No, I'm using a single 4K panel. 16:9 aspect ratio. I might eventually go triples, but not anytime soon. I have to build a room first. Right now I use a an 83-inch OLED single 4K monitor, or technically TV, but it's an LG C4. I'll take a big panel over small triples. Personal preference. From an immersive standpoint. An ideal world, I would be on triple 83s and it'd be all around me, but I'm good with spending that kind of money. But that's a perfect world. Cockpit view looks odd. What looked odd about it? It's all fully adjustable. That's just where I have it. PMR so broken right now. Shake my head. Will I stream Rensport? I will happily stream Ren. The big thing about streaming Rensport is they need to give me open lobbies. I need to be able to host lobbies. The online competitive stuff gets old quick because chasing a ranking gets exhausting because people crash you and people are bad and it just jumps all over the place and stuff, you know? Even for all its issues, I'm still loving it. Have a nice 2026 and bring more content of AMS2 and PMR. That's the plan. I mean, I plan on bringing more content for everything. And by the way, have a solid 2026 as well. I plan on doing a lot on this channel. A lot of... So, like, my whole thing with streaming is I'm more of a casual gamer. I'm not a diehard sim racer. If you're looking for me to go out there and beat everybody's ass and be the best guy, you're looking at the wrong channel. Like, I mean, in chat, O'Miley, OG, he's a controller player, and he frequently kicks my ass in PMR. And I'm on this stupid, expensive, all this, throwing the bells and whistles at it. For me, this is all for me. This is not for you guys, respectfully. I am not ever... I will always try and get better. That's in my nature. I'm a competitive person. But don't expect me to chase the grind of being the best. That's not what I will give you. Now, you might see me get better. Be like watching a spry, wee young lad grow into a teenager. But this is going to be about watching a casual person play a variety of games, have a good time, maybe build somewhat of a community with the whole online lobby. That's one thing I really want to do a lot of, is hosting online lobbies. You know, I have my own Discord. It's in the description. Things like that. I know that's not going to be for everybody. Some people like to watch the best so they can get better themselves. You know, I will be better than some people for that aspect, but maybe the bottom 50 percentile would be like my goal to be better than. Maybe a little bit better than that, but we'll see. I'm in no rush to get good. I'm here for fun. I'm here for the funsies because I come from real racing, and that's where all my competitive nature was, and I kind of want to leave it there, you know? I thought you were the Lord of the Ring, right? Oh, I don't take anything personally. I wasn't even reading your comments as I was saying all that. I take nothing personally, trust me. Would I recommend Rensport or Project Motor Racing? Rensport is definitely more polished, but it's lacking content. However, they are not even remotely close to the game. Same game. They are not... If both games were polished and both games had more content, I still couldn't tell you which one to get. Are you chasing... So here's what I can say. Rensport is like Junior Varsity LMU, but it's on console. And I think it has a very, very good future with growth. They just lack content. But I mean, LMU in its early stages was nothing to write home about, boys. In fact, it was pretty terrible. They're all pretty... Here's the thing. It's unfair to say one is terrible and not reference they've all been terrible. Every single racing game, period, comes out of the box. The cow's still mooing. So, I can't honestly say get one or the other. If you need to buy a game right now, do you like Gran Turismo better, or do you like ACC or LMU better? If it's ACC and LMU, get Rensport. If it's Gran Turismo 7, buy PMR. But realistically, if you're playing Gran Turismo 7 or even Forza, if you're on Xbox, both of those games are way more ready to go right now than Rensport or PMR, my opinion. Let's jump back over to PMR, because I want to do some of the races I just did here, but with... Actually, I think I might want to do one more first. Let's do one more first. I want to do Group C, because I love the Group C. I don't want to do the Nordschleife, though, because that's too much driving right now for me. Let's do... Do the old Daytona. We all know Daytona. Let's get rid of those formulas. Oh. All right. But yes, spry wee young lad. That's me. All 38 years of me. That short I put up today, I got that Game Boy out of storage to when I was visiting family. That was at my mother's place. That was my first brand new game system. The original Game Boy. And by brand new, I mean I was alive when it came out. 1987. Oof. Saying that out loud. One thing I want this game to do, and this is a quality of life change, but it doesn't have this. Only the Logitech wheels that I mean, maybe some of the Fanatec stuff too, but I know the Logitechs do. There is no button mapping for your wheel in this game for menu use. So I have to use my mouse to navigate. There's nothing I can do on the wheel controller. I can't map anything. The Logitech was kind of built in, I'm assuming through Steam, but maybe I could do it through Steam now that I think about it. But as far as in the game itself, there isn't anything like that. I would say, NZ, I would say get both. Honestly, I have both. That's my recommendation. You already know if that was PMR, that guy was taking me out right there. The sounds are very, very close between the Sabres and PMR and AMS2. However, the one thing that they added in PMR that is nice is the old blow-off valve. You don't really hear it in this. Oh, I missed the shit out of that. Wow! Oh, it gives me something to do for 5 laps. Oh, Jesus. So in this game, stability control, that would have completely stopped that from happening. For some cars, I honestly turn it back on. It's like, this is one of those cars, like, this car is fun either way, but if I'm feeling lazy and just want to have some casual fun, stability control goes on. You don't have to run a car, like, with all the assists off all the time to chase some authentic, I'm the best, who cares? My mood changes with the wind. Sometimes I want to, like, you know, sometimes I want to hit the back of a car. Sometimes I don't. Speaking of crash physics, I'll actually show you that right now. Let me show you what happens when you hit the AI in AMS2. Oh, we gonna take one out? Yes! That worked out perfect. That was actually a poor example, but that worked out though in the second one. Let me see if I can get some good impacts here, because the crash physics in this game are quite nice. Certain cars, I can drive right underneath cars and crash them. Oh, playing the strongman game, huh? Yeah, let's try this. Watch. I don't know if anybody saw that in the rearview mirror. That car was airborne. Oh. Now, I don't recommend, obviously, driving like this. But, in the off chance that a massive accident happens, it's at least gonna look cool. Now, I have damage off. That is just the actual physical car physics of what happens with a hard impact. The AI takes just as much damage as you. PMR, it's a bit of a one-way street. Oh, I missed. I missed. Anyway, you get the idea, boys. I'm gonna stop, you know, vaulting cars into the next dimension and jump over to PMR. I think PMR will be better before Rennsport. Rennsport just needs more content. It's solid. Honestly, it's... Nobody in chat could tell you how that's going to go. I mean, as much as Rennsport is... Here's the thing. There are less people playing it. There are. There's less people playing it. But I feel like the court of public opinion, Rennsport, is better right now. And I think they're in a better place financially. I could be wrong. I don't know either company's financial history, but I do know that obviously laying people off is not a good thing. And maybe Rennsport has too, and they just haven't publicly talked about it, you know? Where are we at here? PMR. Either way, if they're in the back pocket, if something cool happens, awesome. If not, hey, we got options. It's really... You have to understand, as PC players, we're kind of good. But it's the console players that need something. They've got GT7 and Forza and a broke back ACC. I can already tell you that, like, me personally, if both games were polished and dialed in, I'm a PMR guy. But it's not because I don't like Rennsport. I think the driving in Rennsport is some of the best driving feeling I've ever had. But I'm coming from the perspective of AMS2 is my favorite game, not LMU. And I feel like LMU and Rennsport are a more comparable game, and PMR and AMS2 are a more comparable game. I will say the graphics in this game are better. They just need a lot of polish. Like, just looking at this Valkyrie in this menu here, like, the graphics in this game are good. It's just 6 feet under worth of mud on top of it. Because if you drive slow with max, if you're on PC and you crank the graphics up and you drive slowly and look at everything on the track, graphics are phenomenal. But when everything starts moving, all this distortion, blurring, artifacting, and discoloration, all of this stuff starts happening that makes the graphics look bad. It's why I think their pictures and all their slow motion in their advertising looks so good. All right, so now I want to get into, since it's fresh, I'm going to get right in the Group C car. It's the last car I drove. And we're going to get on, what track was I just on? Daytona. Daytona. We're going to do Multiclass. 31 cars, add a class. Can I? Okay, so do LMDh. All right. We're going to turn penalties on. Firm. Let's do summer. Did I miss the penalties part? Oh, that's right. I can't turn penalties off in custom lobby or in my in single player. It's weird you can turn penalties off in multiplayer, but not in single player. It's like one more thing's like it's random things like that it's like, why is there not this like universal spread across all of the modes that you can do the same basic things? The same. I should be able to turn tire warmers on, damage. The car penalties, all this stuff off and on in every single mode, not some or the other, you know? All right, so now we're going to listen to this and compare directly. Now, it's funny. Both of my well, this one's locked to 120. But I know the problem with this game is not the frame rate average. It's the 1% lows. The frame rate looks a lot lesser than AMS2. And they're both locked. So AMS2 is at 144. This one's locked to 120 to try and alleviate some of the dip. But this doesn't look like 120. This looks like 90 or so. It's because of the 1% lows. Frame times. This game does not have good frame times, which this stuff will come in time, I'm hoping. I will say this car drives a little bit better in PMR, though. I do like the way this drives. They're very similar. Very, very similar. But it does drive a little bit better in PMR. Oh, shit. As far as audio, which one do we think sounds better? AMS2 or PMR for this car? The audio is very similar, but this does have a lot more turbo sound, which I do like. Obviously. Oh, there was no turning ability right there. I figured I was going to be able to cut in, but I could not fight that embankment. Or fight that, Man, the brakes in this are a lot... One thing about this game, by default, I am not trying to be that stabby. The brakes are way, way more sensitive in this. The factory line pressure is super high in this. I will say, though, this is a much harder comparison for me, driving the Sauber on Daytona like this, because it's a lot of fun in both. Like, a lot of fun. I honestly think I like it a little bit better in PMR. Gotta give its credit where it's due. They knocked Group C out of the park. And that 787B right there isn't even in AMS2. Ah, Valkyrie, get out of my way. Got a real car coming by. Oh, Jesus. Sorry. But also, some of it is me, but there is a lot more contact in this. The AI does a lot better job in AMS2 of avoiding you when you're driving recklessly. Or I shouldn't say recklessly, but paying less attention. Overall, though, I don't mind Project Motor Racing's AI. The only thing I don't like about the AI is that they're invincible. As you can't... If, like, you saw what I was able to do to them in AMS2. Let's see what I can do to them here. Like, look at that. Look at that. If that was AMS2, that guy would have been in the Shadow Realm. That's what I don't like about the AI. They do not suffer from the impacts that you suffer from. Oil Slick, if you like PMR's contact physics, then you would really like AMS, because I think the contact physics in this are pretty bad. Look at, watch. What is that? I just hit him and he's unaffected. Hey, I knocked him off the track, though. That's good. Well, yeah, if you're that's only an AI thing. If you're racing other players, yes. Contact makes more sense. Yes, PMR objectively has better audio than AMS2. I think PMR has better audio than every simulator, though. Or racing game, or whatever. That, people will disagree with. I don't really care. I know some of the cars don't have accurate audio, but none of it sounds bad. This game has so much potential. It's like... It's sickening. This game could be like the evolution of AMS2, and it's like only in some small aspects its evolution, and a lot of it is steps backwards. But mostly because it's unfinished, not because they, you know, did things wrong. The bottom line is the game is just unfinished. People keep judging it based off it being a, you know, 1.0 whatever full final release. But I'm sorry, it's just not that. So if you can find it in your like head to sort of ignore their own advertising, which I know seems counterintuitive, but the reality is the game's been out for a month. It's been in the public eyes for a month. And it's followed the track record of every other racing game I've ever seen. Pretty bad on day one. So following that, it will eventually be good, provided management doesn't railroad the game, and that's the end of the game. If the game gets supported by the current developers, in the long term, I think we're gonna have a really good game. I do genuinely believe, though, 6 months to a year is what it's gonna take from release date. So we're in 5 months to 11 months right now. If they can make the same progress that they did in the first month, I don't care what it was called on release day. I really don't. That means nothing to me. I go by what it was released like and what is it now. That was 1 month of progress. If we can do that 11 more times, this is going to be a really good game in a year. It really just comes down to what are the other games going to do in that same time frame. If they all stay the same, then this will be my go-to. If this game is AMS2, or I should say AMS3, this will be my game. But we don't know. So we can only go by what we have. But there's a lot to do. As far which don't you think are accurate enough? I personally don't. But there are other people that do. And it's usually the ones that I don't know about. Like if it's correct or not. It's just because I just don't know if that car actually truly sounds like without doing a thorough examination. I can tell you that the Sauber and the 787B are the most accurate sounding cars I've ever heard. The 787B isn't in AMS2, but it's only, you can get a modded version. It sucks. It sucks. That's the reality of it. Whoever modded it in, unfortunately, just didn't do the job that I would have hoped they would have done. Our screen space reflection's not on. That should be on. The funny thing is I knew the screen space reflections weren't on just now because the lights weren't flickering. Now they're flickering. Now I know it's on. I think LMU is most audio. Well, the problem is they only have two kinds of cars. So if you remove GT3 and Hypercars from this game, you can no longer compare the sound of this game versus LMU. So I look at it like this. LMU has to be perfect with certain things because they don't have a variety. They don't have a quantity of cars. So if anybody's ever heard the 787B in sound in the world, this car is 1-for-1 perfect. And I will argue that till I'm blue in the face. Let's try another car. What else did I use? One thing that's not in the AMS2 is the Mustang. I do like the Mustang. to play devil's advocate, oil slick, and again, it's to play devil's advocate. Do you know what all of that sounds like in real life, in those cars, on those tracks? They might sound better to you, but is it truly accurate? Now, again, this is a devil's advocate argument. I don't know what they sound like in real life. I've never been over curbs at 150 plus miles an hour to know what that's supposed to sound like. I know what brakes, squealing brakes, like a ceramic disc, or sorry, a ceramic pad, and like a carbon disc sound like. I know what straight cut gears sound like. And I know that the less you enjoy the sound, the more accurate it really is. Because race cars and noises are ugly. They are very ugly sounds. Actually, you know, I know what I want to do. As much as I like the Mustang, screw the Mustang. I want to switch over to the Aston. The Vantage or the Vanquish, whichever one it is. And I want to use this car because this car is in AMS2 and I want to compare these cars directly. Some of the Porsche transmissions are so loud, but a lot of people find it annoying. So yeah, accurate can be unpleasant. It's very true. Gran Turismo 7, I shouldn't say everybody. A lot of people love the audio of Gran Turismo 7. Gran Turismo 7 specializes in fluffing up the good sounds and muting the quiet sounds. And muting the bad sounds. This game captures a lot of the ugly sounds. For example, you know which game I think has the literal most accurate sounds and therefore the worst audio across all of the games? Forza Motorsport 8, the most recent Forza. Hands down, the most accurate sound. And it sounds like muffled dog shit. I can't, honestly, the soundstage is so bad it's hard for me to play. But it's accurate. Because it's just, if you ever put a helmet on and got in a really loud environment, everything sounds like shit. You just hear certain pitches and certain decibels. And you don't really hear any of the good stuff. It's just nonsense and noise. If I could ever put a microphone inside a random part of my helmet on my motorcycle and do like a 200 plus mile an hour pull, you would hear nothing but just bad noises. None of it would sound cool. You know what I will say I haven't talked about yet that I like? I gotta say. And this is a point of controversy, and so clearly the wheelbase and the setup matters. But this game's force feedback, man. It's just good. And I have nothing against AMS2s, but this is better. This force feedback is better in PMR. But from what I've seen, it very much matters what wheelbase you're using. As a Simagic user, This game plays so good. And also PC. That was just bad driving. Oh, yeah, the Force. God, man. Please make this game. I am... Seriously. Straight 4. I'm rooting for you guys. I really am. And that's not because I'm rooting against anybody else. That's the reality. I'm rooting for everybody. I'm rooting for Rensport. I'm rooting for PMR. I'm rooting for AMS2, LMU, iRacing, as much as they don't need me to root for them. Oh, Miley, if you're still in here, which car did you say is using the Bentley audio? Is it the Aston or the AMG? I think it's the Aston, but I don't remember. I don't use either one of them enough to remember the audios. Oh! That was on me. I just totally ignored my radar until I hit him. But like that really annoying whining sound, that's realistic. All right, you get the idea. That's where AMS2, that wouldn't have happened. GG7 has to be the worst audio ever. Sounds nothing realistic at all. Yeah, they just all capture... It's all like... It's cartoon good sounds. I personally think AMS2 Chase Cam has one of the most accurate exterior sounds for cars. I actually... So I'm kind of a firm believer that the audio is captured in a lot of these games from rear is actually all bad. I want to show you some videos of motorcycle stuff, quick. To kind of give you some audio differences in certain scenarios. Motorcycle sound real good in helmet. Once you full tuck, you still hear exhaust pretty well. Yes and no. Brendan Gunn, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's entirely subjective what accurate is, to be honest. Accurate to a driver point of view, to a GoPro, to an external observer. Somewhere in between, everything is going to prefer something different. So, very much so. So that's actually kind of what I want to show you here a little bit of. So let me see. Let me get this off screen so you don't see all my private information. In fact, I'll do this for now. So I just got to find them. Actually, now I can bring it up over here. All right, let me see if I can find some good audio clips of different angles to show you sort of how the same motorcycles can sound completely different depending on where you're viewing it from. All right, so let's turn this down quick. All right. So this is bright as hell, for one. This is, all right, as you can see here, this is an Insta360 X5, latest one. The camera is mounted on the swing arm of the motorcycle, and I have the noise suppression turned off. So this is recording pure stereo sound. This is what it sounds like when you're behind the muffler. And by the way, this is, if the microphone is going to, like, the audio sounds that are coming from these cars in these games sound like they have the noise suppression on, because this is what it sounds like when noise suppression is off. Play it again. And yes, don't mind us squidding in our lack of gear. I get it. Now, let me find another one here. I believe this is one where the camera is... Yes. Here is one. This is not me. This is just a video that was sent to me by somebody I know. This is one where the same kind... And this is an X4, but it's the same microphone quality. This here, the noise suppression is on. And now it's not right behind the muffler, but it should still... I can assure you that his muffler being right over here, that is going to be the dominant sound over the wind. But it's just doing noise suppression. And listen to how terrible this sounds. Come on. It's just noise and nonsense. It's just noise and nonsense. So the reality is that's the same kind of camera, the same microphone located in a different spot with a different microphone setting. That's the same camera exposed to the same environment. And believe it or not, the microphones, that microphone will take years and years and years and years and years for that thing to get damaged like that. These action cameras are so overbuilt when it comes to, you know, things like that. So let me find another one now. I'm trying to find one where it's like you're behind the windscreen a little bit. Now, none of that controversy around here, Kevin. But I get it. But none of that. Trying to find one where... Let's see. Put my beautiful face on the screen for you guys. Here's one. This is a flyby one where someone's just doing a test hit. And this is what it sounds like without the wind. And this is recorded on a phone. So that's obviously the sound. That's also a quieter muffler, believe it or not. Let me see. I think this one's on the... There we go. So this is on my Busa. This here is roughly a 270 horsepower Busa. This is called what's a tie winder exhaust, so it's a side exit exhaust, relatively louder exhaust. Camera located on the swing arm again. This is what this sounds like. Same camera. Let's see. Here's one. This is not inside a helmet, mind you. This is a brand new V4, Ducati V4. All set up, same stuff as my ZX10. Versus I'm on my ZX10. You'll see me in a second. But listen to the audio. This is located on the outside of the helmet, and it's in front behind the windscreen. Now, mind you, if this was located in the helmet, it would be a lot worse sounding. A lot worse sounding. Everything would just be super muffled. Now, has anybody here ever heard what a full aftermarket Acura exhaust sounds like on a Ducati Panigale V4? Like, this is a very if this bike were to do a flyby, it would sound amazing. And listen to it on the outside, under the windscreen. This is the outside of the wind, mind you. There's very little wind hitting this camera right now. The body does a great job of putting you inside of an air-sealed bubble, essentially. Sounds like just garbagey noise. And so the point that I'm trying to make here with that is usually like Forza's audio is awful, but I know that's what it would be like in real life if you try to just put cameras all over that car in certain scenarios. It would never sound good because the camera has no way of discerning engine audio from wind audio versus exhaust audio versus rattle audio versus all of these noises. It's capturing it all through this tiny little microphone. You know, now in real life, your ears are a little bit better at that. But even still, inside of a helmet with all of that noise, you're not able to discern the engine sound clearly from the exhaust, from the tires, from the brakes, from the gear whine, from all of these noises. You're only hearing frequencies at that point, and the higher frequencies usually win, which are the uglier sounds, you know? So what I'm trying to make is Gran Turismo's audio is terrible because it is irrationally unrealistic. It is only hearing the good sounds. Okay, what's the next test? I got about a little over an hour to kill here. So I want to do more AMS versus, I'll jump in AMS. Oh, I know what I was doing. You got to jump in the Aston Martin GT3 and see how that sounds. Do I have an air shifter? No, I have a quick shifter. So a quick shifter is comparable to an air shifter. An air shifter is obviously controlled by air. You can put it on a button. Mine is controlled still by my foot. I'm still foot shifting the bike, but it's called a quick shifter. It's same thing as like any kind of paddle shift on a car or whatever. It does an ignition cut to unload the engine. So yes, I am moving the physical transmission linkage, but every time I move it, there is a sensor on it that kills the ignition and essentially allows it to fall into the next gear. Let's do another race. Do GT3. Where is it? Am I blind? Yes, I'm blind. I'm on it already. All right, I don't want to do Daytona. Oh, actually, you know what? I do want to do Daytona, but I want to do something different. We'll just back down to 30 since we don't need all this. In fact, let's get rid of Group C, get rid of GT1, keep this a GT3 battle. So this is essentially going to be... Oh, let's get the music going here. I knew we were missing something. Never took your fire blade past one. Honestly, like... Depends on what you're doing in life, man. 165 is plenty fast. In the world where I come from, where a lot of it's primarily racing, you know, a lot of these newer bikes, the speeds come up pretty quick. You know, like, for example, my Busa does 100 to 200 mile an hour, like, logged time in under 8 seconds. So you're talking 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds or so from, say, like, you know, 40 or so miles an hour to 100. Because that goes by real quick, provided the motorcycle hooks and puts the power down. But, you know, you're roughly 10 seconds or so, 40 to 200 miles an hour on these bikes. What's going on here? Let's go. One thing about AMS2 that kind of sucks, it does take forever to load a race sometimes. All right, I want to do nighttime comparisons of Daytona. I don't think I... Real quick, I want to restart. Oh, no, I do have softs on. Never mind. See, I don't know which sound is more accurate. Because they sound completely different. This car's got a lot of oversteer. Let's max out TC and see if that helps at all. Yeah, there's definitely more dirty noise in PMR than AMS2. But that's one of my points of PMR being better, is audio. However, this nighttime, this looked good, by comparison anyway. Might be because it's nighttime and that's why the tires are cool. Because they're not quite warming up yet. Yeah, the whole lighting in PMR is just rough right now. Let me see something here, because this actually, I do this in PMR, so I'm curious if it's better or worse in this. Controls, force feedback. Low force boost is recommended to be off for direct drive wheels, but I put it on in PMR, and it makes it better. So I'm curious. Actually, let me do this. Let me do this. You can't go anywhere near 100% in this game. It will kill you. PMR does a much... Like I said, their force feedback works the way I wish all force feedback works. Max out the gain and allow it to properly utilize the range of your force feedback, and it does it so well. This game, you have to, like, chop it down because the range is very narrow. But, like, look at the nighttime visuals in this by comparison, man. Oh! I will say, I don't know if it's the temperature or what, but that car definitely doesn't grip like the other GT3s. Let me, for the hell of it, I am gonna, yeah, I'm going back and forth. That's the whole... I'm probably gonna do this for a couple days, too. Because... Man, I like this game. That wrong one. Let's go to daytime and see if the temperatures... The tires work better. Forecast, clear, yep, that's what we want. I don't know if there is a way to set a temperature, like an ambient temperature. CEO mindset, the world record. Nice. Oh, Mila, do you have AMS2? Am I on... I'm on sauce. Just checking. Actually, I don't think these... See if these tires warm up at all any faster. I want to say the GTR is really good in this, too. If I recall, I think the GTR might have actually been the best driving one. It just sucks that it's a GTR. Speaking of GTR, hello. Yeah, tires really aren't getting any warmer. Well, if you're a Project Cars and a PMR potential fan, you would really like AMS too. Oh, you know what? You're right. Mick Rip Helmet. I think you're right on that. I'm gonna check. Ah. Let me see if that changes anything. That should, if this is theoretical here. Sorry. Let's do this. Maybe we'll get a special reward here. All right, let's see if the, let's just see. I'll be curious if the date reflects the tire temps, because it was January, like you said. So I have to wonder, or it was default, but it was defaulting to today's date. Take care, O'Malley. July 4th, 1776. I don't know if I could do that if the track wasn't there. Well, obviously the track wasn't there, but I'm saying I don't know if it would let me. Alright, let's see. Tires are still the same temperature, but let's see what they bump up to now. This car's got no stones out of the gate, I'll say that. Must have a really long first gear. Go right on the outside here, don't mind me. Yeah, tire temps are definitely warming up faster. So the surface is definitely warmer. That's good. Car is still a bit oversteery, but it's definitely better. But all the other tests we've been doing, though, were technically today's date. So every track was technically cold. So it's still an Aston Martin, I don't want to say issue, but, you know, it's there. But clearly, as you can see, the tire temperatures are warm now. Oh, shit. That could have been really bad. Luckily, the AI in this game is pretty defensive. So I want to say the force feedback feels, I would say, like this. PMR. Let's try this. That actually makes it feel a lot more like PMR. No shit. Interesting. So that's good, because I like PMR. Force feedback, I mean. So that low force boost does help a lot with a lot of these games. Like, it's by low force boost, I mean, like, I want to feel the curbs a bit more. I don't like it when a rumble strip or a curb feels muted. Like, it's... like, I should be getting more feedback through that. If I'm feeling more feedback from the actual road than the curbs, to me, that's not honest. Yeah, visually, that's where PMR is hurting the most, I think, is specifically Daytona. That track needs a lot of work. Yeah, I might start having to play a lot more AMS2 on stream. I'm all for PMR, man. I really want him to get good. But in the current state, it's like AMS2 exists. The good thing about AMS2, though, if you are looking to get into the computer world, this game will run on a potato. I'm running this game at maximum graphics. Now, mind you, yes, I have, flagship hardware running it, but I'm able to get 300 to 450 frames in this game. Not while streaming. I lose a lot while streaming, but I only need 144 as far as I'm concerned. The point is, though, is that if you are a minimalist, just like in my opinion, the minimum you need to play a game is 60, because that's what consoles are. To get 60 frames on a computer in this, with the adjustability in the graphics, like I said, a potato. Yep. Give me my warning. Or just spin me out. That works too. Let me try another car. But, God. Is Project Motor Racing serviceable for a racing game on console? What do you mean by serviceable? Where is the GTR? Oh, you know, I don't think the GTR is the Gen 2. I think you can only use it on a Gen 1. Yeah. It drives good though, man. Career mode, I mean, I don't know. It feels hollow if you ask me. If you're chasing like a Gran Turismo 7 or a Forza Forza career mode. No, it is not that. It is much, much smaller than that. It's more like an ACC type career mode, which to me is unfortunately on the more boring side. So hard to say, honestly. The AI is slowly getting better, but you know, are you on console? So yeah. GTR is good, man. It just goes where you want it to go. Sounds absolutely rubbish, but all GTRs kind of do, so I guess that's accurate. Oh, sorry, buddy. Oh! Yeah, it definitely feels more connected than the most. It's my favorite Gen 1 GT3 car in this. My favorite is the... and for the Gen 2 is the McLaren. But they don't have the GTR either. The BMW is good too, I don't know. They're just boring. Sometimes when cars are too good, they're actually just boring. I like 2 laps for the Nordschleife. I have it set to 1 right now, so it's more of a sprint. But for me, this is a good 2-lap race. If you want to do an endurance, 5-lap, like a practical endurance, that is. Because you're talking 7 minutes a lap, roughly. Oh no! No! Monica! All that work. Crash him! Excuse me, boys. That was me being cocky and giving it way too... Oh my god, this is over. There we go. Reset button. That's a clutch move, by the way. AMS2 has that. The reset to track button. Are F1 cars fun on this track? F1 cars are... There's fun everywhere, honestly. The older ones especially. Car is so slow, though. Yeah, it's a very easy car to drive, but it is also very slow. I know the Formula V in iRacing is like the world's worst car to drive for me. I don't know if I've ever driven it in this. There's a lot of cars. This game has so much content, I haven't touched it. I know what I'm going to do next, though. This is something you can't do in, what's it called? PMR. Jesus. Words. I guess I'll go back to Daytona for now. I'll do F1 after this one. I'm gonna do an older F1 car though. Admittedly, I've spent no time driving these cars. We'll run to the bathroom quick, and then we'll kick some ass. Hopefully. Oh! These cars are not easy to drive, that's for sure. Who knew NASCARs don't handle? You can't follow the braking zones of what you're used to with the other cars. Alright. You get the idea. Those cars are hard to drive. I'll say that. I also have no NASCAR experience too, so grain of salt. But, yeah. I'm not the best NASCArer. But there's some fun to be had there for sure. You might want to start with stability control on for those cars. Because, yeah, they want to kill you. All right, so let's do... where is it? There's so many formulas in this game. I think this is the guy, yeah. This is the one. This is a fun car. This is gonna kill me. Oh my god. Forgot how fast this car is. Once the turbo starts singing in this thing, it's just goes. That was a second warning. I knew the first warning, but the second one? Move, move! Up. What's going on here? Oh my god, what's happening? What is happening? Yeah, this is gonna have to be my, at least for now, until PMR and stuff gets a little bit better. This is gonna be my open lobby game. It's just there's so much you can do in this game. So much you can do. Like I can't even attempt to show you a fraction of this game. That's the reality of it. I'm going to do a couple more examples, and then I'm probably going to hightail it for now and come back on tonight. And we're going to be streaming this game. And we're going to be doing open lobbies. That's just the way it's going to be. Hope y'all are ready. Let me try... What's the new... Yes. All right. So I am going to try... Let me try a different track, though. Where... Oh, shoo! It's incredible that the guys that drive these cars. It's just sheer reaction time. The car does what you want it to do, but it's all just insane reactions. God, how do you play anything else right now? I don't have a DRS actually mapped for this game. Interesting. Let me see if I can do that right now. Vehicle. That's... So, let's put DRS on that. ERS on that. Save. Now we got some DRS. Oh. Oh. And just like that, back in last place because I suck. Oh, that's a decent view. That's new. Look at that. A lot of this stuff I'm seeing for the first time. This game's literal only real shortcoming is that it's only on PC. That's a lot of fun. That's a lot of fun. I truly... I'm struggling to find fun like AMS2 gives me anywhere else in such a broad spectrum. PMR does it, and it does it really well in very, very small windows, but the game needs so much more time before, in my opinion, it can replace a game like this for me. Not that I ever want a game to replace a game, because, I mean, let's face it, the more games we have, the better. You know, I plan on juggling things. If Gran Turismo 7 was on PC, I'd be streaming some Gran Turismo 7 too. Despite it being my least favorite driving game. Alright, you said Formula V. Where is Formula V? There we go, right here. Oh, that's a nice looking one. Oh, that or the white. I'll go black. Let's find a shorty oval. Yes, it does. Let's give this a shot. Never done this before. It's all about experimenting today, boys. Kevin, the vet is definitely one of my favorites in this game. It sucks that I hate it in PMR. There's no way to drive around it. It wants to just oversteer and kill you nonstop. Oh no! Curses! Wait, did it crash? No, it didn't crash. That was my fault. So I clicked on my other monitor, and it temporarily crashed it, but it recovered it before fully crashing. Interesting. Alright, so I only get a street tires, so... This thing's gonna be interesting to drive. Oh, I really need the other wheel, but whatever. Hey, you know, let's do this. That's what I call on the fly. Thank you for the sub. Wilku Movie. Appreciate it. Oh my god, I'm driving over people now. Trying to get my other gloves on here. Man, this thing is slow! Oh, 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 oh. Oh my god! On paper they should handle... Yeah, they handle... So, in iRacing, these are my least favorite vehicles to use. Even with forced ABS and TC on right now, these cars still suck to drive. E-brake work in this? Maybe. I don't know if that actually, the e-brake did something there or not, or if that was just the thing's handling so badly. Let me see if the e-brake does work. Nah, e-brake don't work. Alright. Personally, that's not for me. But that's not for me in iRacing. That's not the game. That's just... I don't like those. They're just... Oh, man. They're like Pinewood Derby cars, but in real life. If anybody knows what the Pinewood Derby is, F in chat. So the hybrids, Formula hybrids, they drive effortlessly in this. This is an experience, though. If you're not unfamiliar. You may try NASCAR 25. I would skip. Are you on? Oh, are you on console or PC? I can't remember. I think you said console, right? You're on console, then obviously you can't play this, but I can tell you I got NASCAR 25 for all of a day on PS5, and I actually got it refunded, even after downloading and playing it. So, that game's a big swing and a miss. Well, if you have PC, then I would get this long before you get, you know, NASCAR 25. These things are fun. They're ridiculous, but God, are they fun. This by itself is its own, you know, reason to get this game. Oh my God. It's been sitting in your Steam library and you haven't put any time into it? Man, you're missing out. Turning damage on, by the way, makes this legit. Like right now I have all damage off for the sake of just kind of driving the game and physics and stuff. But if you turn on full damage for the Super Trophy trucks, oh mama. The element changes quite a bit. Is ACC good on console? If you have PC and console, I would 100% get it on PC. It is not a one-for-one port. Jesus. These things are so hard to drive. Alright. I got about 15 minutes and then I'm getting off. Want to play ACC on a big TV though? Well, hook your, run an HDMI cable from your computer to your TV. I'm playing on my 83-inch LG C4 right now on my computer. Mind you, I switch things around up here, so this is my only panel for my computer, but anything I do gaming-wise is all done on the same panel. Both my PS5 and my PC are hooked up to the same panel. Let's see. Yes, that is accurate, Kevin. That is accurate. But it's okay. Because it's Super Trophy Truck. Who else is making Super Trophy Truck physics and to compare to and, you know... This car drives... One thing I will say, this car, the CLK, drives a lot better in this than PMR. Like, a lot better. It doesn't have all the oversteer problems of the one in PMR. It will still oversteer on it. It'll still spin out. But it feels almost like a guarantee in PMR. Although it sounds a lot better in PMR. Let's face it, so day one testing. Let's review quick. Sound, for the most part, goes to PMR. There's only a few cars that sound better in this. For the most part, the sound stage of Project Motor Racing is better than AMS. The other positive, major positive for Project Motor Racing, it's crossplay. Oh, thanks, buddy. It's crossplay. Unfortunately, right now, I think that's where it ends for the positives of PMR over AMS2. This game runs better, and it temporarily looks better. No real bugs. Not that I've really encountered, honestly. There might be bugs, but I can only go by based off of what I personally encounter. And I haven't encountered any bugs in this. Obviously, there's a plethora in PMR right now. No. God, this car drives so good in this. Oh, another positive for PMR. 787B in Group 5. They're in the game by default. They have to be modded into this. And the mod is not nearly as good as the OG ones in PMR. Oh! The only thing I haven't done a lot of in AMS is online play. I've made my own lobbies for friends, but I haven't done anything with like randoms. Again, a little violent here. This is an example of a car that drives better with stability control off. Because the car works so well that stability control fights you in a very weird way. Stability control in this game is very invasive. It's good for the beginner, for sure. Like, it's really powerful. But some cars are very much crippled by it, and other cars are a lot faster with it because they're so hard to drive. This is an example of a car that, stability control being off, this car shines. Alright, we're on the podium. I'm gonna get these two guys. I got one lap left. Oh no, you son of a bitch! I'm gonna get you. You're not beating me like that. That's for damn sure. Win by any means necessary. It is the AI, after all. I don't recommend winning like that in a real race, but you do what you gotta do sometimes against the AI. The AI tried screwing me up and pitting me before. Well, he got what was coming. How does replay look? Oh yeah, that's right. Replay looks solid in this. I love this game. If you want to know anything about me, as someone who likes racing games, AMS2. It just is good. It's just good. Yes, I know the physics aren't for everybody. I get that. But I feel like even if the physics aren't for you, you can overlook them, get used to the driving experience, and enjoy the game for the packed amount of things there are to do in it. There's just so much to do. Look at the tracks. Look at all the tracks, and then the number next to it are the versions of the track. Like, 10 versions of the Hockenheim ring. Nine versions of Interlagos. 15 versions of the Nürburgring. 9 versions of Silverstone. 8 versions of Spa. Like, yeah, you have to mod some tracks in, like Zolder, for example. I was bummed that Zolder's not in this, but still. So much stuff. Alton Park. Alton Park's awesome. Especially for the slower cars. Let me see. Let's find a decent slower car. Let's go GT5. I've never even driven these cars before. Let's just see how they are. This will be the last one I do, boys. And then I'll do my quick wrap up. And then I'll be live at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight. And we'll be doing some open lobbies of AMS2. And we're probably going to be doing that for a little while. PMR, I'll jump back on open lobbies in PMR when, you know, some more patches start coming out and stuff like that, when there's more things to test. I'll still be doing more things with PMR, and I might not completely write it off until patches. But for now, I mean, I just think that this game is just doing everything better at the moment. This thing's got a long fifth gear. Real long fifth gear. Okay. All right. You get the idea. You get the idea, boys. All right, so let's wrap this up. All right, so that's going to wrap this one up for the day. Tonight we'll be back 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll be doing some open lobbies, AMS2. I hope you guys are going to be there. I know a lot of you guys have been showing up for Project Motor Racing. But like I said, this game did just get a new patch prior to Christmas. And they added some cool new things. There are so many things to do in this game. It is an older game, but it's one of the games that's still kicking and still going strong. You know, like by comparison to ACC, it came out about the same time, but ACC's done. They've moved on to EVO. So, you know, EVO is not a game yet as far as I'm concerned. They need a lot of time with that. AMS2, if you're into Project Motor Racing and you've never played AMS2 and you have a PC, man, there's a lot of game to be played there. Anyway, folks, that's going to wrap this one up. I will see y'all tonight, 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. AMS2, new patch, open lobbies. Let's have some fun. Take care, be safe. Thanks for the subs, thanks for the likes, and I look forward to seeing more of you guys. Peace out.